Hey everyone, Kirostyle here. Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And we are on the last case of the first game, case number 5 of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Thank you so much for coming to my stream. I really appreciate it. So, in the last episode, Ryunosuke had his second ever trial in the Great British Empire, this time to a Japanese man named Natsume Soseki, who's based upon the real-life author, Natsume Soseki, who was a Japanese author who moved to London, studied for a bit there, and then eventually moved back to Japan to teach English. So Ryunosuke seems to have found a little bit of his resolve after that case, which went much better than his first one. At the end of the case, Herlock Sholmes offered for us to move in with him at his little apartment, which is really nice of him. Saves us money for our accommodations. Still a little bit of lingering suspicion about Soseki just because the prosecutor of the previous case was Baruch van Zieks, and he does have a cursed reputation of all the defendants on trial against him seem to mysteriously disappear or die, even if they're declared innocent. So Soseki's a little bit worried about that, so he decided he would move back to Japan, also because he wasn't really enjoying his London experience. So yesterday's stream did run a lot longer than I thought. I know that case was a little longer, but I didn't think it was that long. So this time, I already planned ahead of time that this one's going to be split into 2 episodes. I'm going to do the first half of the case today, and then the second half of it tomorrow. As we get into the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 2, a lot of the cases do get longer, and I've already planned out which ones I'm going to be splitting up. So I posted my stream schedule on Twitter, if you're interested, or if you are watching this in post, you can rewind to the very beginning of this stream. I had it on the screen for the first 15 seconds or so of the stream if you want to see. But it's basically the same, 7 p.m. PST every day for the next week. So let's get going. So episode 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Oops, I gotta switch my game screen. There we go. Episode 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. You can see the Hound of the Baskervilles there.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical Hound of the Baskervilles."
Thanks for coming to the stream, for those of you just coming in. I really appreciate it. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. So this takes place 2 months after the previous trial, after Natsume's trial. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed close behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. It was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes! Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh no, of course not. How silly of me. I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So, shall we go down to Mr. Shom's suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today? Here we go again. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not gonna get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. Ahem. It was just a boring little telegram. That's 3 times now she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. I suppose Soseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had a very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering, what might have become of Soseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. You mean, as regards Lord Van Zeeks, the Reaper? Yes. I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? The way that nightmarish trial ended on the very first day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Soseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means... But the curse of the Reaper could only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps. Even if that's the case, that's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Zeeks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Huh? Yes, since Soseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials then. Just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Let's go down and get some breakfast. Morning, Runo. Morning, Susie. Good morning, Iris. Iris? What is it, Runo? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes. You noticed that, didn't you? Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. So Sherlock Holmes in the novels, he does play the violin. Ooh, I'm assuming better than this, though. It's really funny, every time I listen to the Great Ace Attorney soundtrack, which I tend to like to do a lot, I like to keep it playing in the background a lot, just because I love the soundtrack so much. This track is in the soundtrack, so suddenly I'll be listening to music, and then suddenly it'll cut to this awful violin. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. A good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before... My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blanched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. Oh, look, it's Wagahai. So this was the cat that was in Soseki's apartment when we went to visit. We didn't learn his name back then, but his name's Wagahai. That's in reference to Soseki's book. One of his most famous books, actually. It's called I Am a Cat. And in the Japanese name of the original novel, it's called Wagahai wa Neko de Aru. So that's where the name Wagahai comes from. It's a satirical story about a cat living in Meiji area Japan, observing all the humans and the things that they're doing. Hey, Wagahai. Good morning, boy. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there? Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. Ugh. It would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. You seem very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its mellifluent tones would make flowers bloom. It would? But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have vowed, for days even, through the night I've endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever! No more recitals of unbridled emotion! Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley? Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they just bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh, dear. Ah! Why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left for pity's sake? What is left? Deduction? Perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but... your desk looks rather empty today. Ah, well done, Miss Susato. Your observational skills do credit you. Oh, no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale into insignificance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? You mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at Windibank's now. Sorry? It's at a windy bank? No, Windibank's, the pawnbrokery. So the name Windibank is from a Sherlock Holmes novel as well. It's from a story called A Case of Identity. Pawn... what? You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us, if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have on to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How could it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understands how pawnbroking works. Oh, what's to understand exactly? What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily throughout the week. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious! So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windibank's, you see. A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then. Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy. It would appear his previous owners completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures, their mews as empty as the hearts of muses. Oh, look at little Waggy! If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place. I expect he would have taken him if he could, but pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason! Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable. Yes, he really is. Oh yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you noticed. You are observant, Runo. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the Cat Flappomat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see. Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? Well, yes, maybe, but Now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the office door of our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with it. Unconventional inventions, this girl. Oh, what was that? Wakahai? What was that? Oh no! Wakahai's tangled up in your violin! I think he thinks it's a toy. No, what's he doing to it? Oh dear. Mr. Sholmes' precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised if the cat is a more accomplished musician than I now. Mr. Sholmes really is in a poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley? Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. So this is a violin, is it? It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it, covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No. There is none. Mr. Sholmes. What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? Hmm? What do you mean, Miss Susato? Oh, Susie's right! Yes. The tone of the wood is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? I'm terribly sorry to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I like how they're playing all this serious music about a conclusion that seems like it's not going to be very significant. I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola. What? What? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you alright? You're right! You're quite right! This isn't my fateful Stradivarius? Man, for a famous detective with deduction skills, you picked up the wrong violin from the shop? So what, pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then. Ah, I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. Sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. Hey, welcome to the stream! Thanks for coming. What do you mean by mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windibank's until last week. Ah, at the pawnbroker's. Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. There is a proverb from the East, with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea! Last week, I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Windibank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by this hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw, a fine statement of affairs this is. Why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker, they will try to fill you every time. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect? Fressing your coffee so obtusely? Are you not even a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? We must visit Mr. Windibank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Mr. Sato. Without a moment's delay. But I haven't even finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to press your egg over ever more obtusely. Alright, say no more. Let's go then. Don't worry, Bruno. I'll be happy to heat it up for you again later. Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's look like. Well, it looks like we can skip straight to the pawnbrokery, but maybe let's check out Baker Street first. Oh, there's nothing here. Well, there's no one here to talk to. So let's just move in. So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my, there are sorts of tools and contraptions in here I've never laid eyes on before. Ah, Susato-san, that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes. I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, sir. Welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windibank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windibank. The colored wood is different, it has holes in it, it's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me, an inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There is only one way to make amends. I shall have to take my own life. I don't think that will be necessary, do you? If I may just say one thing before I pop off. Yes. It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, ah, here it is. You did? And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. Like how this is a very serious situation. He's pointing a gun at his head. And they're playing like this happy music. However, there could be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No, stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine. Phew. It would appear that the fight is over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Winterbank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. Either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I need remind you of the peculiar collection of items you've brought through my door in the past. Oh? Peculiar items? In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Herlock Sholmes or some such. Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I have yet to read, you mean? Oh, forgive me! But wait, before you die, you must tell me more! Susato, please. I must know more, tell me everything! Wow, Susato-san is really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof? Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Winterbank. For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more. It houses something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I beg your pardon, a manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. That was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings. Securely. Of course, sir. Of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you. On my life. This is all very strange. I wonder, could I ask you something? Ah, a gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry. Aha! Wait for your splendid attire, ma'am. 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite. The design exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say. Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of our customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraise their items, offer them a proportionate loan, and 2 months of secure stowage. If, in that time, they repay the original sum to me, plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned. What happens if they don't pay you the money? Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me. So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed then? That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Winterbank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Says the man who was telling us it was all a good day to die only this morning. Let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of countermeasures, or what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device to which Mr. Windibank has installed here in this shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windibank? Huh. What was that deep sigh about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are two just below the ceiling. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here, I have an example I can show you. Ah yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive, it produces a crystal clear image, even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it, look! So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could only say, that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess, your devices have been giving me some cause for distress of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Windibank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one, but 2 cameras in my shop after all. Which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I am very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbroker, you know? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. Oh! Heaven help us! Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windibank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone can get hurt. Fear not. Sorry? I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. That's not really what I meant. Good day to you, then, Mr. Windibank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. That's not a calendar you can easily miss, is it? 15th April, today's date. Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. A perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windibank. Who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period is passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. Now what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have 2 little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What are you looking at is a stereoscope. Fascinating! It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I have a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. Alright then, I'm going to try it. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see at once. Oh, alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. What the? Hey look, it's juror number 2 from McGilda's trial, the maid. I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you reach out and touch it. So remember, this game originally came out for the Nintendo 3DS, and I know, even though it's right in the name, people tend to forget the 3DS is capable of making 3D images. Although it strains the eyes if you play it for too long like that. This game came out on the 3DS, and the idea was they had the 2 pictures, and you could look at them side by side and like cross your eyes, and it would make them look 3D. So we can't do that now since it's on the Switch and Steam and PS4, but that's what originally was meant for this. Yes, the sense of death is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. Remember, this game is also like older, right? So it was like, it wasn't at the very beginning of the 3DS's life cycle, but it was earlier in it. So it was kind of a new gimmick, like, hey, look, we can look at things in 3D now. Let's make use of that in the game. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Oh. Like, basically, you look through the holes so that one eye is going through each hole, and it's 2 versions of the same picture, but they're slightly different, so that when you cross your eyes, it makes a 3D image. That's basically how it works. Look at this! What could this lovely, big, shiny box be? That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country. Oh my! Yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Ah, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. I've never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes tend to be played and recorded. Simply by placing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Ha. Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Winterbank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. Ah, I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommend it or not, it's not something I tend to do. But there is one key, and Mr. Winterbank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow. How on earth did you know that, Mr. Shobes? I am a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain. Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder, and the prime suspect if this pawnbroker is ever burgled. Oops, I already talked to you. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Winbank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. It might explain the thing that catches my eye, far more than the ledger. This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article therein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Winbank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size. Oh, you don't mean he'd... blow his brains out? Indeed. In recompense for his blunder. Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? What an assortment of things there on the shelves. Here, crockery, footwear, clocks, and watches. Almost anything you can care to imagine. Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn, or colloquially pop, an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it at his shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained it, I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So, you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform, never. It embodies my student spirit. I looked at everything. 3 globes of gold. Is that some sort of charm? Dear me, have you not seen that sign before? No, never. The 3 golden balls are, in Great Britain at least, the universal sign of a pawnbrokery. There are more than several hundred such establishments out in the capital, all showing the same sign. Oh, I see. Huh. I had not imagined your ignorance was so profound. Oh, well, what is the significance of the 3 golden balls, then? Does it have some special meaning? That is entirely unimportant here, dear madam. Irrelevant, even. You mean, you don't know. Look at this. Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. Ah. There's a small catch just here, look. We're gonna open it, aren't we? Oh my, that's amazing. It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. What? Only 2pence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it! The article is barely worth a penny. Oh, the article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Have you even had a proper butcher's at it? I've seen all I need to see, young girl. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh, yes. It's the young lady from McGilda's trial 2 months ago. Her name's Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. Gordon Bennett, you lot! Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. Eh, what? You remember me then, do ya? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So what are you doing in here? Down and out, like the rest of us, nothing to eat? Come to pop that black weasel, sorry, coat, have ya? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah, Mr. Sholmes! So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windibank on your behalf. Pull the other one, I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business, go on or I'll make trouble here for you. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc. And you, go on! Leave me alone! Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Zato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well I am, alright. I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. That's a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well, Oh, I get it, I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright then. I'm just gonna come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how to best answer that, really. Suppose. Sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade. But not this time, alright? I swear. That thing belongs to me. The disc that Mr. Windibank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Mr. Windibank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. Oh, this is a music disc, you see. For use inside a music box. In a music box? What? You don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern lot ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is, I've just never seen one of these discs before. The small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays. It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc? Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box, you see. British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. Ah, I see. That's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny. That's a packet of lies. He told me he did. He said it was, well, He? Who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc's worth good money, I know it is. Well then, you have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you? Oh. She's been in before, of course, this little tatterdemalion. I see. Brought some dubious article or another with her every single time, I might add. Dubious? What you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry, what do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket. Ah, a storage ticket. So, Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight. but as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her. But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Winterbank. The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat that she redeemed. Oh. What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So, what about the disc then? How does that come into all this? Oh, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree a price. I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket, and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care as I understood it. That's right, yes, and rather unsurprisingly. As soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? Ah, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it? If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am. And she immediately tried to pawn it. Quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Oh, well, me. It doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man! It's me old man's, ain't it? Isn't it, Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Out of my way, out of my way, please! Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. He looks like he came out of like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure or something. What voice should I give him? What's your problem, eh? There is no problem as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious I ain't done talking with him yet? If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Eh? Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? You mean, from you? Broker. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? What? Yes, The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? I feel like maybe I should give him a higher voice, because it doesn't seem like a... Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say... Any music box discs too. Oh gosh, he really does have a JoJo pose. No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's. Or it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yes. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying. What you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now. No, I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again? Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time I've been targeted by these backslum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Oh, hold on. What does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove. And you think I'm the dodgy one? I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Well, what's one evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence I've stolen something, hey? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Come on, Mr. Windibank, shouldn't you have kept, like, tabs on the items and who owned each one and who brought them in your little book? Surely you would know. Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to the gentleman. Of course! We'd only consult Mr. Windibank's ledger to know the truth. Yeah, see, there we go. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant! I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh? I never ask customers' names. It's a strict policy of mine. Oh, really? That doesn't seem like a good idea. You obviously don't have the memory for it either. But why not? Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. But you knew that the violin was Mr. Sholmes, and you knew the viola wasn't his, so you obviously are keeping track of this somewhere, right? Unless Mr. Sholmes just brought in a ticket, and you were like, oh, that matches this ticket, I don't remember who brought it in. Yes, I see. But then, how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir? Might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Oh, right. It's been so long since I've done this, played this game, so I don't remember all the fine details of the cases. I totally forgot this part happened. Of course. It's... Professor. Yes, that's quite right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. Well, did you not ask Gina for her password too? She should have already given it, right? She's already wearing the coat. A watchword? Interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windibank. As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. Looks over to Sholmes in the background. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all. Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When somebody comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article. That's right, sir. Yes, just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago, on 15th February. With a watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. But how? Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt. Ugh. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes. We're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices. Okay, have you been reading too much manga, sir? JoJo, perhaps? You might be thinking of somewhere else. What was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring the name of the other. Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Susato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yes, Eggert Benedict. Really, sir? Enchanté. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. In the Japanese version, he just calls himself Egg Benedict. He's just like, I'm Egg Benedict. So I guess in the English version they thought to make it Eggert Benedict, just to make it sound a little bit more like a name. Apparently Eggert is actually a name, but I don't think it's pretty common, but it is an actual name. Now, to the matter at hand. My overcoat. Return it at once. Someone with the style to carry it off. Every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching him. So let that be an end to that matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir. I feel like maybe I should make his voice more extravagant. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may decide to come back. This is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir. Here is a disc for you. Just this one? Pardon, sir. I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another disc. Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gotchaling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my, yes. There's blood on the disc. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. That man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me old man. So you're not having it. Oh, you take it. But me? If I hang on to it, they'll have me off again. So you gotta keep hold of it. Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't! He's lying! Grown-ups are all liars! What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? Some help here, Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? Are you enjoy a bar of caramel? Are you enjoy a bar of caramel? I see. Oh, as you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. I was like, that's so confusing. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows, cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partook in that jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, this 7% chocolate solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? How could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation, or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again. My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized, how much could I pawn it for? It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another flashes of inspiration. Who knows if it will help resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself at something of a predicament. Where in the blue blazes have you been, eh? Pardon? When Elaine's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later. Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Eggert Benedict. You have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon. The first is this. The true reason for your visit to the pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with the intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned white as a hard-boiled egg. It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you have ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocketeer, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutch to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What other rot? I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak, of course. The missing ferrule. The end of any walking cane will be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of the stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there's only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding the riddle you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle? Mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod. It's the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined the undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you've conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel. What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is an ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath the floor. The answer is revealed by the council note on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath the shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway. It flows in the very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by the dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. Postcard of the Great Exhibition. I'm afraid you quite lost me. Currently, in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway. And the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank, on the other side of the road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. So, kind of like in the last episode where his first deduction was a reference to another Sherlock Holmes story about the Veiled Lodger, this one is a reference to the Sherlock Holmes story called The Red-Headed League, and kind of outlines some of the plot points that they use in that novel. Mr. Holmes. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? An impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed. Though few know of its existence, it's one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. And I just happen to tell all of you. Gregson told me, in the strictest confidence. But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly in fact. Ah. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict come to find out about it? There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly it is because the man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windibank will. He already has plenty of shovels here after all. On my life! I assure you I'm not so unscrupulous. Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo, an excellent idea. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure? Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again, and see if we can massage it into shape. Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Of Sherlock Holmes' magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. That is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. So by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job, so he can dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. Question is, where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? Oh! Look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it! What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade, height 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt. Blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness! There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although, if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Windibank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline, 15th April. Which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper?
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery here. Ugh. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. Well, that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Winterbank's pawnbrokery, and today to the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you had written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for the pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. What's a ferrule? It's a metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, the bit that makes the nice clacking sound on the pavement. Yes, exactly. And Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know about. Look here, Mrs. Sato. There are some letters on the handle. Ah, yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So, Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on the cane, obviously. Oh. AG. Why does it feel as though that's not quite right?
Take that!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Egbert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you had that cane for years. So don't try to tell anyone you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. You recoil, sir. Is there something wrong? And in your recoiling, you had inadvertently facilitated the answering of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. And now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. We know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Oh, the seam on the shoulder there is coming apart. Look! So it is. Do you know, a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised with something that was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounded like a tiny growl. Now I think it was probably the sound of the seam ripping open. If you look closely, it does seem to be a tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to be bursting, and you wouldn't have a hope of fastening it all at the front. If we would run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart. Then I'd like to see... Sorry? So So how can you make Mr. Benedict run around? She's really giving this some thought.
Take that!
The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so badly lied about your name and so boldly laid this pickpocket. This catalog of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. Steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windibank. What really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. We must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have been planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of parnage. You've forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner, using the watchword. Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place, how could I possibly have known the relevant details? Miss Pa? Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. And your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the counsel note on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windibank would never have allowed you to redeem that article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem that article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? Look at this, Miss Susato. It appears to be a memo that Mr. Windibank has scribbled to himself. Let's see. What does it say? Oh, Professor. Mr. Windibank must make a note of the watchwords his customers give him right before their eyes. And in an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see?
Take that!
The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on a notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker, but his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word Professor on the notelet beside the ledger. So Gina did give him the watchword. Then why did Windibank not even try to believe her, just because she's a pickpocket, I guess? There's no way she could have stolen the word, right? And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan! Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting coat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had some very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that were in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Winterbank isn't even worth a penny. Yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? Better have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far. Look at all the little bumps on the disc. They're so tiny. Yes, the protrusions are called pins, and they pluck the teeth of the comb to make noises. And just on the edge is a small amount of blood. Yes, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Egbert Benedict. When Miss Lestrade tried to grab the disc from him, the pins scratched his fingers, it seems. Like when you're grating some daikon radish and accidentally cuts your finger. Ouch! Just thinking about it hurts. It puts me off eating radish. Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck under the reverse side of the disc, look! And a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. For McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be! But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget, for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this?
Take that!
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that on the back? It reads, for McGilded. Ah! Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded, the unfortunate philanthropist who perished in the curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, although his loan mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you've squeezed yourself into. Ah. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Egbert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Ah! Ah! Well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Susato. Well, according to what Mr. Winterbank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is 15th April, so 2 months ago today would have been 15th February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th February. It's precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. At 10:30 in the evening. Precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However, I must insist you hand over the music box just now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do? You could shoot me at any moment. I hate to give in, but what other choice do I really have here?
Hold it!
Mr. Windibank. This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life. Mr. Windibank, no. Alright, that's enough. Inspector Gregson. Inspector. And that's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Oh, praise be! You're here at last! I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment. It would seem you have the upper hand. Right, you lot have some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. Petty? Mr. Windibank very nearly met with his end. Yeah, by his own gun as far as I can tell. Hey, that guy was pointing a gun at me too. Oh dear! And the whole of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of this case I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. Ah! He's getting away! Get after him, lads! Whistle the beat officer too! Sir! Jojo spun his way off screen. You see that? That was good. There's been a spate of thefts at pawn shops around here recently. So we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in Mourning. Oh, yes? I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilda's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that is, mine! I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilda has to be taken into as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. And so, we handed Mr. McGilda's disc over to Inspector Gregson, and I summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. Well, that was an interesting start to the story. So we have a little bit more investigation to go off of. And again, this case is pretty long, so we're only going to do half of it today. But I already know where the halfway point is, so don't worry about that. Let's take a little break now. Let's go for 5 minutes. We'll be back and we'll pick this up where we left off. Thanks for coming again to the stream, guys. Hope you're enjoying it. And we're back. Let's get right back into it, shall we? See? That's why I hate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you. Oh really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, the D let me keep it. Oh, I looked daggers at him for long enough. He went through his pockets and said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scarper. Always pays off giving people the look you ate them. Can't help feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc, mind. Music box disc. But Mr. Windibank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another bash. Give him along an odd stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter the Windibanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Windibank. But that is fine. I had the ticket for it. And it was in his coat's pocket. And there should be something else in all. That's what's Rotten Cove said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time for you to, Miss Lestrade, I think it's time for you to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure. I might entertain you with some modest violin recital. No, it's... Oh. Why would I come around to your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled me on quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set up a place for our potential guests at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later too. Sorry? I believe I have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting! What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Miss Susato. Until later, then. Ah, Susie and Runo, come in, come in! Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it! Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on! Hee, you'll never guess. Look at those little eyes of her shining. Oh dear. It's awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Oh yes, that does sound fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Hurley? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really? He behaves just like a child sometimes, Hurley does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent-to-child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly a parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. What's the matter, Runo? Yeah, you ever have such a funny look on your face? Oh no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Why does this little girl here live with Mr. Sholmes? You're wondering, am I right? How? How did you... Oh, Runo, I can read you like a book. This girl is dangerous. Don't worry. You can ask me anything. I won't mind. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase her down the back alleys. Interesting idea of friendship. And then, I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. Oh. There are so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Poor Hurley. Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she came over. I'm so excited. I just hope she does actually come. I'm sure you've been wondering why it is I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents? My mummy and my daddy aren't with me anymore. Huh? Mummy passed away when I was born. And around the same time, my father... Well, he had to go on a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together. She didn't mention that before. He wrote them all in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there. Really? He recorded them all? So, you mean it's true, Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases? Oh yes, I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. That only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up. And found your father's memoirs. Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. Then he told me, that's when I found out that the author of those accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. I practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So, it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy. I mean, it must have been. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouth sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, actually. I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved the case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone. You could say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study so I could earn a doctorate as well. Iris's father went to some distant land and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right. Visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University, and the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before he left Japan. Miss Susato. Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Ah, my dear fellows! How good to see you. Eh? Mr. Sholmes? Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Aha. Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madam? Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Miss Susato. This is the one Gregson demanded we handed over as evidence. Mr. McGilded's disc. Oh my. Then what's it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may be well more adept at larceny. Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. And Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Right. Plus, Suzia has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications. Yes, I'd be delighted. I'm just gonna pretend this conversation never happened, I think. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry something like this. That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes. Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh yes, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did. But I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I press the disc into a pair of bars, just like this. That's amazing. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Oh, so the disc is like the size of almost like a CD-ROM. So in my head, for some reason, I keep picturing it like a vinyl, right? Like a big one, but it's actually quite small. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary. Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press and its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds legal. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music does the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Runo. Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which used discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one's firm music box does not match that of another. As you have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Ah, I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one? That's Hurley for you, always taking the things too far. Why, my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows, still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash, not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGild's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilday was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes. You may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windenbank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh, yes. The idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windenbank's storeroom, gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. Pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than a bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds exciting! The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Ah! What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie, what did you just say? You said, The Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's because Miss Susato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Runo, The Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript is at Windenbank's. And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? Ah! What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guests arrived. Miss Lestrade. This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going. No, wait! Miss Lestrade. You've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Oh yes, just wait here, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome it is, then. Wagahai. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome, and Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves, well into the night. Aw, big happy family, everyone's having fun. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris' cooking was truly divine. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Shome's violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Ah! The one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends. Ah, Iris. Hello again. And Gina, too. Yes, Ginny's gonna stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Ginny showed us? Wasn't it wonderful? Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques. We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened to a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself there. So what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. Wait, what? That's mine. Oh my, however did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it though. Ah, thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny? No, I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. Ha ha ha. It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris. Not at all. I don't know what all this is about, really, but... it's a story you made up, isn't it, Iris? This manuscript or whatever you call it. It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's? That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but... my daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner. What? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's the old man now then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone for a very long time. So, I've never really met him. Oh, right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Is that really a good idea though, Naruhodo? Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story, I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts. That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh, how? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way, because after I've written it, and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that. It pains me not to say this after all you toiled over it for so long, Iris, but the story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works. I'm not at liberty to say. Not now. So please, do not ask me. Alright then. I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, is it? Yes. Hurley said it has to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. It's mean, that's what it is, keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You lot are too trusting for your own good. But you can't put the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris, I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? I've realized I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us for the minute we're born, not even our mums. We all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones, and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, that happens my life, I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't it? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. I always thought it'd make everything right. But having listened to what Iris just said, it sounds like having parents ain't always easy. Oh. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. I do want to see Daddy. So much. Oh, Iris. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know that Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped that mantle script or whatever, right? Come on, that's obviously a little rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple, that story was really in old Windibank's storeroom. There's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Ah. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced lies, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling ya, that manuscript ain't at Windibank's. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you had to trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be so hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning, I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night then. Iris. Sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris' father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's... Oh, that's Mr. Sholmes. I thought you were Susato. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris' room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received a distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfast with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl's gone home. But I've been waiting over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? Huh? Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windibank's? Oh no! It's simple. That store was really an old Windibank's storeroom. There's no way someone from half around the world, in other words you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone... It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. Oh no. No, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once. Miss Susato. Or Miss Susato. Hey, welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming. The door to Mr. Windibank's. It's open. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. There's no one here. Oh yes, there is. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But... After them! Go! Right. Blast! I've lost them. Hello, what have we here? Oh, you're just a random Bobby. The alarm was raised just from the pawnbroker, sir. Would you happen to know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot! With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Mr. Windibank's.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Narado!
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry! It's Gina!
Uh-oh. To be continued. Well, so things are certainly heating up now. I think I'm good to keep going without a little break. I'll be right, Mr. Naruhodo. After them, go! Behind that door, in the storeroom. Oh, behind that door in the storeroom, hurry! It's Gina! From that moment, Windibank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn, before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221 Baker Street. Oh, Iris. Telegram came. All it said was, "Wait at home." Oh, yes. We asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Bruno? Poor Iris. She's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get so worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm sorry to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. Ah! He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh. Yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all the police carriages pulling up outside his shop, so I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Windibank's in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out onto the street, and I chased after them, but they got away. So, it was one of them who shot old Windibank, I suppose? I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh, why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. Ginny? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny would never do something like that. I know. None of us think she did it, but... Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry, there was nothing I could do. So where's Hurley then? Is he still investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. I don't want to worry, but I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered the window banks, a gun was fired and he took a bullet. Hurley was shot? No. It's alright. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Sinner's. They're tending him there. I must see him at once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. It's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. It was the two thugs who were there in Mr. Winterbank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran out onto the street, but, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry, it's my fault. I let them get away. I think it's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Bruno. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. Where's Susie, Bruno? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Miss Susato stayed behind the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Ah, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know, and I would have come to the station. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the two thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. This is also horrible. The thing is, Mr. Winterbank was found on the floor in the storeroom, where he keeps all the deposited articles, and the storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no! And according to the detectives who investigate afterwards... Don't tell me! There was no one else in the room! Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Bruno? Well... what can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment. But I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Bruno. I can't stand here just sitting around waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. Don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Hurley! Oh! He's not here. No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not sure about that. Maybe or not. No question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Shoma suffered. Oh. Hello, hello, what have we here? This ward is off limits, no visiting. So what are you doing here, eh? Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh, we're begging your pardon then, ma'am. Sir. A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. Great mystery solver is a mysterious family, eh? That's how you see us, sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he's currently in the operating theater, ma'am, undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It has been several hours since he went in. Oh dear. Is he going to be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. Oh! I've heard a report the gentleman claims he had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Huh. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume he won't be here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Hello, Gina. How does she have that in there? Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. I wish you wouldn't point it at me all the time, though. What are you here for? Ginny, I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Oh, well, you can't. Sorry? You heard. Get lost. Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. If I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I can lay my hands on, get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Ginny... I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried. Why are you being like this, Ginny? I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? You want me to sign some papers, representation papers or something like that? It's all gotta be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it always been for me, growing up in the back slums, me whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell ya, you'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers, or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. It's sold out and nearly snaffled on the back of it. You can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass, dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could... Forget it! Ginny! Don't you trust Runo? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night, the pawnbrokers. There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. The old bloke walked in on me and you know the rest. But why, Jeannie? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving in ain't easy, you know? It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make me blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We believe in you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. Ain't you know what? When it comes to lies, I'm the biggest one of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? What do you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Ginny, please. Oh yeah. I want to give you this. Something to remember me by. A photographic print of a really adorable cat. I found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point in me having it. I wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in a pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Ginny. This is where it happened, last night. That's right. The two thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But, apart from the police in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing all the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Oh, I heard that. Oh, Inspector. Good morning.
I suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. Got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the two rogues get away, mind.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you just assigned extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now, look at what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty.
Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming.
I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley, and see he has the very best medical care.
Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak.
And I don't think it's Runa's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job.
Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that.
Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change.
Oh, where are my manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice. Some nice, refreshing fruit juice.
Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me, if you'd like to have some.
Lovely. Very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship.
He's so cute and submissive, and I don't even recognize him like this. So, how is the investigation going, Inspector?
Nothing to report, really. Very simple case this is. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact.
Gina, you're going to charge her?
That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow.
Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me.
Your ladyship, as much as I wish to oblige you, I am afraid.
Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you?
What the?
And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you?
How could you? How? How could you possibly know that?
I have a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you?
Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat.
And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison.
She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course.
Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition?
Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential.
Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinner's. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know.
I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all.
Oh.
The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood.
Oh no.
He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down.
Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know.
Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop that bleeding.
But he will be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him better.
Now, of course, your ladyship, he'll be as right as rain before you know it.
Really? How do you know?
How do I know? Because, of course. Yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why.
You better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear. Please don't die, Hurley.
I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theater.
I couldn't help but noticing, Inspector.
What? Out with it, sunshine.
Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris.
Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a copper. We don't go in for favoritism.
But he's right. You do treat us differently.
That's because of those Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes stories, that's why.
Oh.
I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson.
Oh, well yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What did you write about the inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really.
It was one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it.
Oh, did I write that?
And you know what that one line did for me? The very next month my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you.
Oh, that's amazing.
All because everyone at the yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Sholmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me.
Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time you became such a toady to me.
A toady to her? Can you blame me? All it takes is one bad word from you, and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No. The great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out like print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost worrying about it.
That would never happen, Gregsy.
Every month when the new Rants magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages.
Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves.
Lovely. It's very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship.
Teetotal.
Oh yes, there's something I was supposed to talk to you about actually, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, what is it?
I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now.
An important message?
I wonder what it could be.
Are you gonna tell me what this important message is then, Inspector?
Yes, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant.
Dear Susie, is she alright?
She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. Nope, not anymore. She had to head off.
Head off? Where?
To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her.
Ah, yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that.
One of the whipstocks took her there in a yard carriage after he finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go to meet her there. She's got a nerve. Using Scotland Yard as a blooming messaging service.
I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go see Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. I better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. The police are scouring every inch of this place, by the look of it.
Instructions from the yard are to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts.
Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely.
We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working throughout the night, that's for sure. Even then, we'll barely have scratched the surface.
Crime in a pawnbroker's. Must be every policeman's worst nightmare.
It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know, a crime in a pawnbroker's.
Alright then, let's see what we can uncover.
Or what do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in here.
Oh, but we were hoping to investigate.
There's a crime scene for Pete's sake, no touching.
What's the problem, Gregsy? Runa's a lawyer, you know that.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship, ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are a thorn in my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruhodo would have been properly appointed by the accused, that'd be another matter.
The accused?
If you could show me some representation papers, I'd be only happy to let you note around.
Did you hear that, Runo? You need Ginny to sign some representation papers. Looks like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. You think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't even take that you can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks about the same about you.
So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust.
Yes, thank you very much.
There they are, Sato-san and Lord Strongheart.
I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious.
Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland.
Wait, what did he just say? Your return to your homeland. Sato-san! Ah! Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
What was all that about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you for coming to collect your colleague.
Also, I like how they have those birds fluttering in the background. When I first started the game, I thought they were like fluttering on the other side of the window, assuming that's like a big clock-shaped window, but they're indoors. There must be bird poop around here somewhere. What's all this about? Why are you talking about Miss Susato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? You mean? She's been formally charged now. Oh dear. Miss Susato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as it has. That's not why I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no! Professor Mikotoba? If I may... yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. We received international telegram from the Empire of Japan, informing us of the news. 10 days ago, father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown, and it seems he grows weaker by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Susato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. So Gina has been charged. She'll have to appear in court. Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the day of the trial's already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later. Gina, the Lestrade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. An all too transsuspicious case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is without wasting time on these open and shut cases. It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave, now. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their truths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with to contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. "3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me." There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. Which is it? It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. A timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused only needs to sign the relevant paperwork, and defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. Gina charged with murder? Susato-san about to leave. Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Iris, we must make haste.
But, Susie... You're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. Aw, Susato, come on. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Miss Susato. It's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Ah! Hello again, Gina. What are you lot here for now? Have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load your ammunition in that thing, don't I? Look! You can come here as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Eh? Farewell? Tomorrow, I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Huh? Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. Yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They've put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to say goodbye to my friends when they're so clearly unhappy. Because of you. What? It's my fault? Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now. I want you to show both of them you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Yeah? Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. About what you said it before, Ginny. You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. Susato always knows exactly what to say. Like, she's so competent and good at her job, but she's also like a fantastic friend. We're very lucky to have her. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial. The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted. Ah! The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? Like you said, it's all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand.
And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of other stuff. I knew it. So what sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole, I couldn't see a thing. And then... I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGilded discovered you. Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There weren't much light to see by, but when I looked at my hands, I had the cove's blood all over them. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands. In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. Then Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were, and why you were hiding under the seat. Wait a second. In this screenshot, I know it's just a screenshot, so it's not an actual, like, photograph in the game, but the victim has not yet been stabbed, but she was pulled out from under the seat after she heard him thud, right? Yeah, he did, only that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you? How? He made me swear about what I seen and what I heard. About what we were gonna do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarp her before the coppers showed up. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. You said McGilded made you swear not to tell anybody about what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, without Mr. McGilded sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but... It was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor. I let out a little scream, you see? Couldn't help it. McGilded heard that and dragged me out by the arm. That's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer, when I'd been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one that he took off me at the deep window banks. So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus. Not for long, McGilded spotted it straight away. He picked it up smartish and stuffed it inside a pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog troll told me I weren't to mutter a word of it to no one. Because it was so dark under that seat in the cab, I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was McGilded getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh? Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilded and the victim. Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilded claimed that he slept during the carriage ride. Whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported his. All I could hear was Irishman snoring. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I couldn't hear them talking the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of horses' wheels was too loud. That still tells us something. Mr. McGilded and the victim knew each other. Well, I mean, we already knew they knew each other because Mason owed him money, right? So McGilded was lying as I suspected.
I knew it weren't going to take long before someone raised the alarm that bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to the stop, McGill told me I'd onto the back seat again. I climbed in and waited. Two coves from the top ran to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they gone, McGill then asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor? Now then, fellow, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guinea. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Winnebank's. The coachie snapped the money and ran off and popped his coat as fast as he could. So then, there was no one left in the carriage. McGill opened the box in the seat and then let me get out of there. Not without conditions. I see. What were McGilda's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul, not for anything, about what I saw and what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah. This is the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman a little errand for me, with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked him? Did you see anything at all? You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Aye, the fiend's taking me overcoat to deposit the pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. You understand? What? You want me out of the ticket? That's right. And I'll come fetch you from you later, sometime within the next 2 months. You're gonna hang on to it till then, is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're gonna go to the pawn shop, win the bank so it is. You're gonna extend the loan before 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited. Any old fiend come around and buy it. Eh? But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now if you go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. The coppers? Aye, they'll come asking you to take a stand in court. Testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it you may say? What is it that you won't? After he'd gone over it all, I piked it. Gone as far as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went and fetched it the next day once it got dark. So McGill had planned it, and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied. In that big old courtroom, I told some corkers. The thing is, he said we'd make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man! He knew everything what we went back to the slums. He knew we had no one to look after us and we was all just looking out for each other. Getting by together. So you mean Mr. McGilded would have... In a heartbeat, you could have had a lot of us chased out of there if you wanted. Then where we could have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But, I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. Favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial.
Eh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. We need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? Hurleys have a big operation right now, Ginny. Is that bad? Is it bad? Is he alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright. Right? That's why I want to investigate. For Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign a bit of paper, everyone's happy, is it? Something like that. Mrs. Sato? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. I don't need no one to stick up for me though, no lawyer or nothing. Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windibanks now. Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there. I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. Now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windibanks. Although, something tells me he's not gonna be happy about it. Alright, this is the last part of the investigation phase, so let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll resume the last section of the investigation for episode 5. It shouldn't take... well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I don't know how much longer it will take, but once we're done the investigation phase, I'll end the stream, and then we'll do the trial tomorrow, because otherwise this episode's going to be way too long. Okay, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you so much again for watching me stream. I really appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the game, and I'll catch you in 5 minutes. Thanks. Hey, and we're back. Let's get to investigating. Now we can finally check out the crime scene. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please?
What is it now? You should go home and get some rest.
Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers.
Your ladyship! How? I don't believe it! How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is.
I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue.
Lovely. Let's see now. Yes, I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship.
Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then?
Do as you please. You know where it happened? Through that door behind the counter.
Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina.
Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then.
Will you be investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector?
If I'm perfectly honest,
We need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before.
So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, Sunshine.
Come then. Let us not waste any time. There's an article ledger here and Mr. Windibank's notes, and... What's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look on the back! There's some writing! Is there? Oh, show us, Susie! Show us! "15th February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited. 1 gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th April, 10:30 p.m. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think. It's so weird because they keep talking about all these different currencies, like pounds and guineas and shillings. And, like, obviously I don't really know how much those each mean. Plus, it's been over a century, right? So that means the value of all these different currencies are much different than they are nowadays. Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And it's still wearing, which belonged to McGilded. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. It seems Mr. Winnebank just used whatever piece of paper has happened to have a hand. This photograph of a cat looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact picture somewhere else recently. Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same thing as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out. Alright, alright. Let the cogs turn. Yes, they are exactly the same. Well, if the one on the counter was used as a redemption ticket, perhaps the other photograph that Gina gave us has something written on the back too. I've got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really want to know? Yes, we really need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. Look on the back of the print here. There's something written on it. 13th February, 9 p.m. Article deposited 1 small box. Loan amount paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13th April, 9 p.m. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket for an article that was deposited 2 days prior to the incident on the omnibus, it would seem. Yes, a small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Perhaps it contains some valuable mementos. I can't quite help wondering. Presumably, Mr. McGilded never redeemed the article in question, since he had the ticket. So isn't it possible that the box is still present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes. If it's something Mr. McGilded deposited, we need to investigate. Would you mind if I showed you this, Iris? It's just a boring old thing, really, but... Oh, I don't really like boring things. Oh, I didn't have to present it to her then. It looks like Japanese modesty is easily misinterpreted by young Western children. I mean, who does like boring things? No one wants to be shown something boring. Come to think of it, you're always introducing things with, this is boring, but it's a bad habit. You should stop it. I'll be sure to let the entire population of the Empire of Japan know on my return. Okay, maybe it's just a dialogue option. Oh, there we go. So Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Winnebank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints? Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry? If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not. Have another look at them now. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle though. So the main places you can see it is like the neck of the cat. On the left side you see the curve is a little bit different. The distance between the cat and the snowman is also different. They're slightly offset from one another. That's how stereographic images work. Again, this game was supposed to be for, well, the original game was on the 3DS, so you're supposed to use the 3D features on your 3DS to make the images appear 3D, and then they would use them as a clue during the game. What's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used as a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at this moment. Ah, a stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? Oh yes, that's what Mr. Sholmes told us yesterday. You see? There it is, just over there. Ah yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you.
She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene.
I, for one, simply have to know. Have you ever considered, Runo, how our eyes see depth in the world around us?
Well, I just open them, and it works.
The reason it works is because we have two eyes.
Two eyes? Talking.
If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye, are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly, and in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth, as it merges the two views into one. That's how we sense depth in everything we see.
Huh, my brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me.
Ah, I think I see. The pair of photographs consists of a left eye view and a right eye view. Isn't that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So, we could persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head. You'll be able to see depth in these prints.
Or that was reading no escape.
Yes, Runo, you're beginning to understand. And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all.
You can? Really?
Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go.
Zato-san really loves this kind of thing.
You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that?
Cross my eyes? I think I can.
Watch me and see if you can copy. Make your eyes do this. Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? There, how's that?
Wow, this is a wonderful picture I have here of these two lovely ladies crossing their eyes.
Wonderful, now it's your turn, Runo. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time.
Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed.
Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prints.
When I was a kid, I couldn't really go cross-eyed easily, but if I had like a pencil or something like that, I could kind of force it, but you know, it strains your eyes. I think I first realized I could really do it when I was trying to read like test tubes in high school. I was like trying to read this test tube, and it was very small, and I had to get really close and concentrate. My friends were like, "Oh, you're going cross-eyed," and I was like, "Oh, I guess I am." I guess I just can't do it like on command, I guess.
Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images like this.
Okay, so I think they're like showing what it would look like.
You try it now, Runo.
Because if you had the 3DS, I believe that it showed one on each screen. I'm just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose.
Did the print split into two images for you? Now the next step is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and try crossing your eyes again. Prints should slowly merge together, until they form a new single image in the center. Oh yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see it in the mill now. It looks so real! Oh, I could look at it all day.
I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt.
Your turn, Runo. Pretend you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like, this is it. Oh yes, I'm totally doing it. I'm not doing it. There, you managed it. So now you know how stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So, what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. That's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here, then set the pair of photographs on the stand at the back, and... It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around and staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. I've never even heard of them until yesterday. I've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. It's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Runo? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh well, this'll be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen around the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Ah, look here. Oh yes, a bullet hole. And I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably Mr. Winnebank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well... Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all there in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps? In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. Quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it... blood? Huh. A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! I may very well be able to help with that. What? There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no, what is that scary-looking thing? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed. There, does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color, so you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at. In a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great. Oh, so whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so... just find someone whose blood turns the same color, and you'll know who it belongs to, in a flash. More like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2, this could well be turned out to be a valuable clue. So we must make a note of it in the court record. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have reagent left, sure. This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things, as if they're right in front of your eyes. Makes you think, when Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though. I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope. Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you're supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that, he used a great big contraption over there. Ah, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I can make money out of these in Japan. It would be keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, it's really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know? Are you alright, Runo? Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here. Shh, keep it down! Oh, sorry. There's a major clue just here. Really? Then we must tell Gregsy at once. But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over me shift. They really have a tough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us investigating though, does it? No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. Behind that door is a storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsy said. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through that little window in the door. Mr. Windibank, face down on the floor, with Gina beside him. As the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course. And we will. Behind that door, that's a real scene of the crime. Don't worry. If there are clues in there, I'll find them. Wait. Okay, there we go. Wait, no. I want to go there. I don't want this conversation again. Wait, maybe it's added to my map. That ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn. It's too much to think about. Better just sell it all and have a clear head if you ask me. Clearly, Mr. Windibank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. Yeah, there it is. Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windenbank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Ah! Wait, Inspector.
What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away, or you took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do ya? No, well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. And I didn't know what to say to her.
So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector.
Ahem. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you?
Very, very smooth, Gregson. I don't think that went very well.
Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet.
And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what that socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. Inquire into how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Pshaw! You got eyes, haven't you? Use them. It is what it looks like, nothing more, nothing less.
Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Oh, yes, your ladyship, do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, as shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside.
So it's locked from the inside. The lock appears to have been broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing?
Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible.
Oh.
As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl was curled up on the floor, dead to the world.
She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious.
I'm afraid to say, she had the gun that was used in her hand.
No! Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now.
In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
What? The key to the storeroom? As you say, and you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector.
Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Now, obviously, my personal opinion is that it's also sort of misunderstanding.
Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Begsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he?
The thing is,
Don't miss your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well...
Out with it!
Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing, renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body? Anesthetized? Is that even possible? It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction. The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I heard. Now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up apparently. Oh my! No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in the system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do now is stand back and watch until he comes round again. Hurley. The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get the word to you. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Please have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Windibank, he was a nice old man. Well, he was shot just once, through the heart. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. This must be his blood, then. Ah! I don't like to ask such a wretched time, Iris, but I wondered perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. So now we know the color the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Windibank's blood. And it doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add the sample to the others we've already collected anyway. This is a revolver. Real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Bruno look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh, and I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with us yesterday, didn't we? I shall have to take my own life. It must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windibank told us he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun had been fired. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Out of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Ah! What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh! Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this... Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, you sold it. Without telling you. We must check inside the box. At once. Yes. Ah! It was there! Iris' story was there. Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believe Hurley when he said he deposited here, but still, it's a relief to actually see it. Really, because that's not a very well-hidden frown. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look! Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere here.
Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling about. Not much I can do about that, Sunshine. That was all one big thing. Wait, why isn't this checked off? Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. We must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Thank goodness for the check mark to show me that, you know, all these things are just one big object. It makes it much easier. Okay, I think I'm done in here. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How does Susato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. Wait, this is not checked mark anymore, even though I'm pretty sure I observed this. Maybe I gotta look at it again. Green blood. Just seems wrong somehow. Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different. I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. I think I'm done in here too. I don't suppose we'll find out anything here. Nope. Oh, there we go. Gina doesn't appear to be here. She must believe I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. Also, oh, we can finally have a good look at it. Oh darn it, my head's in the way. Can I? Oh, there we go. Look at Iris's bag. She has two cute little figures hanging from it. One of them is a large, like, rabbit. It's blue, dressed up as Herlock Sholmes. And then the little one is like I think it's like a mouse or something like that, dressed up like Iris. It's very cute. You can see it in some of her official artwork. And some of the Ace Attorney, or the Great Ace Attorney promotional materials use little animal cartoon versions of all the characters. I believe Ryunosuke is also a mouse, like a little gray mouse. Very cute. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Ginny could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my! Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Calm down, Runo. I was only joking, of course. Oh. Oh, you had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh dear. I'm sorry, I suppose a light-hearted great detective isn't a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Yes, come along then, Runo. Come along, Susie. Do I have to report back to Gregson? The way these games work sometimes is there's flags, and like once you enter an area, after having done another flag, it'll give you a little cutscene. Maybe I gotta go back home? That doesn't seem right. Maybe I gotta go outside. And I could examine these things, but I'm pretty sure there's nothing here. Still a Scotland Yard carriage outside the Windibanks. I never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home. Poor Ira, she's very upset by all this. I'm sorry. I was there. Should have done more. None of this is your fault, Bruno, so please don't apologize. But it's the criminals who are to blame for all this, so let's investigate and work out how to catch them. Yes, you're right. It's already been 2 months that we've been taking lodgings here above Mr. Sholmes' office. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this. When Hurley comes back home, let's have a big party. That's a great idea. I'm sure it won't be long. Mr. Sholmes is very tough. Yes. Just gonna check back at the hospital, make sure that didn't trigger anything. There isn't even anything to examine here. Okay. There must be something else at the crime scene then. I remember in the old days when you play old Ace Attorney games, they wouldn't give you this check mark and they wouldn't light up telling you that there's something to examine. So on the 2DS, you'd just be like taking your stylus and you'd be poking the whole screen because you'd be like, I don't know what I'm supposed to click on, and sometimes you click on the same thing like multiple times and you just have to hear the conversation again and you're like, please stop. What? 3 golden... Yeah, I've already heard this before. Well, similar conversation. That's right. The sign shows the shop is a pawnbrokery. A bit like your armband shows you're a defense lawyer. What's the significance of the 3 golden balls? Does that have some special meaning? I expect Hurley would like to answer that question when he's back from the hospital. You mean you don't know? That must be everything. This is the first time in this game, actually, that they kind of gave us free reign of the investigation. Usually they just kind of tell you where to go. I'm certain I got everything, though. Maybe do I gotta go back to Gina now that I've examined that last piece? That'd be very silly. I'm certain they'd probably give me a prompt to say, like, oh, you finished looking at everything. Go back. Sorry guys, I'm pretty sure I have everything, so I'm very confused now. I don't suppose I have to present something to Gregson. That wouldn't make sense though. Wait, I examined the back of this photo, but I didn't examine this one, right? This is a ticket that Gina brought in here yesterday. Yes, having been entrusted to her by Mr. McGilded 2 months earlier. Article deposited, one gentleman's overcoat. No, I did read this one. Wait, no, I didn't read that one before. This is an adorable little cat. I think it looks just like Wagahai. I always thought the cats like to curl up inside under the heated kotatsu blanket when it snowed. Maybe British cats are different. Actually, now I have both pictures. I could have another go at viewing them as a stereoscopic image. Oh, am I supposed to put them in the stereoscope? Oh no, he's doing it again. So I need to cross my eyes and try to get the two cats to merge in the middle as one. It's such a hard thing to do. Whoever thought of this in the first place must have spent a long time staring. Yeah, I'll read this one out loud since I didn't read it out loud. Mr. Windenbank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so had to use anything he had in hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Okay, now I've looked at everything, right? Surely. Kinda don't want to... Oops. I'm hesitant to check out a... Not so much a guide, but I just... See if there's anything I was supposed to be missing, but... Show you something? I don't think this is gonna do anything. Inspector Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this, do you think? We don't tend to share sunshine. Not with the general public. Ugh. In that case, Gregsy, how about some herbal tea? Oop, oop, oop. Ah. Oh, here. Ah. Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. That very hit the spot, your ladyship. You don't mind sharing that, then? Okay, let's have a quick checky. Oh, I think I have to give Gregson the photographs. Or at least one of them. Inspector, what do you make of this?
Ah, what have we here then? A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was in hand. Yes, this is a ticket for for McGilded's overcoat, the one little Dai returned up with yesterday.
Oh, actually, no, it's not.
Really? Think you know better than me, do you?
No, I didn't mean to, Bruno's right, Gregsy. It isn't the same ticket.
Of course it isn't, of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's all this about then, if I might be so bold to ask?
This is a second ticket.
Second one?
It seems that Mr. McGilded, in fact, had another article at storage here in Windibanks.
Is that right?
I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. Okay, there we go. That wasn't completely obvious to me.
This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat.
You mean to tell me?
Yes, there was more than just a music box disc, it seems.
I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard, examining it properly.
Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another item here with Windibank.
Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it?
You have any idea where it is, Gregsy? Any idea at all? It's not an article belonging to Mr. McGilded. Could be an important clue.
Well, yes. I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose my marbles, I will. I'll go barking.
This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector.
That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine.
There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then.
That's right. It's been forfeited.
Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop, where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once.
You're wasting your time.
Oh?
There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. That information's not written in the ledger.
Well, I think we should at least have a look just in case.
Of course, your ladyship, of course, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old.
Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited by the original owners are offered for sale. That's right. They've all got a low price labels on them, but there's so many.
I wonder if the small box this ticket was for. It's still on the shelf somewhere. The box that McGilded deposited here just over 2 months ago.
Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There are so many boxes, it could be any one of them.
Mr. Shom said that the pawnbroker's was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps the small box of Mr. McGilded's contains something of very great value.
Well, if that's the case, he'd probably have kept it locked.
So then we need to find every box with a lock and break them all open.
Hey, yeah! That sort of misconduct will get you arrested. I won't let that happen.
This takes me back. It's been some time since Susato-tan last threw me. I'm fairly certain now I've checked everything. They're not giving me a cutscene. Am I supposed to be looking for a box? Because I'm pretty sure what I'm looking for is not here.
I supposed to go back to Gina now? Okay. Oops, no. I want to do this. I'm pretty sure I looked at the blood on the calendar already. Unless it updated again. And it still has a check mark on it. I'm pretty sure I've... Okay, I have a little... It's not really a guide, but it's kind of a general thing. I'm pretty sure I found everything on here. Oh! Ah, okay. Ah, I was supposed to examine this blood. Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed. There's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Susato-san has picked up on that now. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. Okay, I need to show Iris this now. Then she can spray it. Oh, that looks like blood. I'd say it's from a gloved finger, almost certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Runo. You can leave the rest to me. Look at that. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to a portfolio of blood samples. Could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood... Oh, you had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? I think I do. Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but from a little deduction. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? You first, Runo. What do you think it belongs to? Alright, I believe that this is the blood of... Thrice-fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself, the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course, I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice-fired, though. The victim? Of the omnibus case. Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket in here to Windibanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It certainly does look like a leather glove thumbprint, the mark.
We know that Mr. McGilda had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, but we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well. Let's make a note of this. Okay, is that the last thing I needed? Yes, I think so. There we go. Ah! I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Winbank set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? The trial's tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Runo? You told her she could rip out the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we had better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Ah, Gina, good. You're back. Ugh! The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Eh? Oh, don't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. I meant we were able to investigate at Winterbank's. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying, that I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. Yeah, what decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you, or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Oh, alright then. Blimey, give it a rest with the eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. Mr. Naruhodo, and all of us, know that you're innocent of this crime. While we haven't managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being in there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Winterbank's that night. Looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason, and thrust it in Gina's face. Kind of present it to her calmly, I suppose. We already have the representation papers and other documents we need. All we have to do is hand them over to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Ginny, rip 'em up and chuck 'em, would ya? Them representation papers or whatever they're called. This cell ain't fancy enough to have a bin. So, what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on my own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. This is one stubborn pickpocket. We found this in Mr. Winterbank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Ah! Oh, right. Well, that's good then.
Curiously, the storeroom at Windibanks showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like, with one exception. A box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina? Who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night. Yeah? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really in there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Ah! Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Alright, yeah. This Baskerville story is the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured, it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So, you intended to sell Iris' manuscript, did you? No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript, or whatever you call it, really wasn't there or not. That's the only reason I was in there in the place. For Iris' sake. Isn't that right? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said that night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, there are lots of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling ya, that manuscript ain't at Windibanks. You'd seen soon if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean, sometimes I wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. Alright, alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It weren't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You want to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest, if he really deposited the manuscript at Windibanks. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris' lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. Oh! That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories. Oh, stories about Daddy. You mean, they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner. Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful, and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give her a rest, will ya? I hate this chummy nonsense, you hear? I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. If you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarper. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat are some very suspicious red stains. What? What are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo. And look, they seem to have disappeared in that pose of yours now. You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So, could it be blood that spattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Gina, let me shoot you now. Don't move, Genie. I'm going to shoot. People in this game are very trigger happy. Oh. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black colored fabric was masking stains, that's why we haven't seen them until now. And the blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we already collected perfectly. Yes. Now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha! Yes. It was a brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What? What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Boy, would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling me half the story. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilda's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said, in his testimony, "Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a bleeding fella from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand." If you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from Mr. McGilda trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was what really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for that pattern of blood is it splattered over McGilda's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. So in other words, case 3 of this game is not only the first one for the defendant to be guilty, but it's not the first one for the defendant to be guilty, because that happened in Ace Attorney 2, but it's the first one where the defendant was guilty and got off. Well, from the case at least. Something happened afterward, but... Mr. Naruhodo, that horrible case is solved at last, and I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Bruno, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilda was innocent? I believed... Rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. But believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Oh, don't play his music. So sad. Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief. Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina? Core, sounds like in this Empire Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Well, come on. Look at the mess it's got you into believing that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone's always stabs you in the back at the end. As soon as you let your guard, you at it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants all now, Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? A lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything has happened. Trust her. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Eh? Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously? Mr. Naruhodo? Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off me tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago, and got you in all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you chose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's more to this life than you yet realize. What you mean? The world we live in is full of people you do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Eh. It's true I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience, but I can promise you this. Whatever happens, until my last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now, after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern Lautar. Oh, I don't know what you are. I don't get ya. Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Mrs. Sato, somebody's there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? I suppose you were using one of them mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth I heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Regsy! Oh dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, Your Ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Good grief, listening? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, Your Ladyship, I only just arrived, this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all there is, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is that late already? So then, I humbly excuse myself now, Your Ladyship. Ta-ta, toodle-doo, cheerio, all the best, bye-bye, bye. That's a lot of farewells. Not one of them appropriate for Her Ladyship. Oh, but I want to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the moment. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well... Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Oh, nothing! Forget I said anything. Anyways, I'm off. Alright, Gregsy, if you have to, but let's chat soon. Delighted, charmed. Can't wait. If you please, my pleasure. It's a lot of pleasantries. Not one of them sounded sincere. Greg's so funny. He says such silly things.
It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court.
I must attend to the account clerk's office now before it closes.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Sato.
Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later.
And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress a wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san will be leaving Britain, making her way back to Japan.
Naruhodo-san,
It's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested, and all on the back of the news that her father had fallen ill, and that she must return to Japan at once. See, like, Susato is such a strong character. Like, she just keeps thinking about other people, even though all these things are happening. They're definitely very close to her, very personal. I hope your father recovers soon.
thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is. So many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them.
I know exactly what you mean.
Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow.
One final task.
It's just 2 months since we arrived in London. We've managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I'd be lying if I said I felt no regret.
I'm so sorry, Susato-san.
It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts.
I know we've only been here a short time, but my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something.
What would that be?
It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities.
Facets?
And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. We see only a small number of the total facets. What is illuminated is only part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on, as long as we live.
That's so true.
Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it'll all become clear, that all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together.
Naruhodo-san.
I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open, and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark.
It's amazing to think it's just been 2 months. You've grown so much.
Sorry? I've what?
Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant.
Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning?
Yes, I pick up my ticket early. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m.
I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station.
Absolutely not.
Sorry?
I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that.
You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but
Every word you utter
will have the potential to determine Gina's fate.
You must get as much rest as possible, even though, like me, I'm sure you'll find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try.
She's just thinking about me.
You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What do you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this.
What is that? Some huge bundle of documents.
It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windemegg's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. Everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh! Ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. Hey, yeah! What was that? A secret technique of mine? The Susato shutdown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Sato-san. It truly has been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina open up to us, learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes. And as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. Wait, we're not at the save point yet? Thought we were at the save point. So we're at the hospital. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. I think I mixed up the two voices. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear madam. To be continued. Right, so we are now halfway through the final case. Wow. So I knew that I would end it off after the investigation and save the trial for tomorrow. I thought the stream would be shorter as a result of that, but man, turns out it was just about the regular amount of time as usual, isn't it? But man, I cannot overstate how much I love this game. Like, the interactions between the characters are just so good, and like the more it boggles my mind now that I'm replaying it again, it's really hitting me, like the fact that, like, oh wow, I really like Kazuma, but we only really got to know him through one case. because he didn't really appear in case 2 other than in flashbacks. So I was so attached to a character I only met in one case. And then like Iris, we briefly saw her at the end of case 3, but we only talked to her for one conversation in case 4. And then here's case 5. We're halfway through it and I'm so attached to her. Sholmes, we saw him during case 2. He wasn't in case 3. Case 4 was kind of like here and there only during the investigation. And then he was only at the beginning of this part of the investigation here before he got shot. So, like, these characters have such a good dynamic. But I don't realize it until I go back and play that the amount of times we've seen them interact is actually not as much as I thought at this point. Of course, I mean, I've played through the second game, so I know there's more to come. But like, even Susato, we only really got to know her from case 2, 3, and 4, but even then, she didn't talk overly much during certain parts of it, but I feel so attached to the relationship between her and Ryunosuke too. And it's hard to believe too, because case 3 and case 4 take place so quickly after their trip in London, right? They just landed, the first 2 days, they have cases already, then there's this 2-month gap, and then we play this case, and to me, it feels like they've known each other for like years, or like, at least like, I don't know, 6 months, maybe, a year, and yet they've only really been together, working together for 2 months, and I only saw the first couple days of that. So, like, I'm just flabbergasted at how well they've written these characters in such a natural way. Even Gina, like, case 3, she appeared, didn't really talk much at the beginning, then she did her testimony, and then she quickly ran off. We didn't really get a chance to know her. She didn't appear in case 4, so here we are here, and I feel so much for her, even though we've really only got to know her through this case so far. So again, I can't overstate how much I love this game for the plot and the development and the characters and the music. Ryunosuke has had so much character development since he started the game. And I feel like I've known Ryunosuke for much, much, much longer than I've known Phoenix Wright, despite having played through all the Ace Attorney games, right? And he's the main character of most of them. So, I don't know, just some food for thought. Hope you guys are enjoying the series. Thank you so much for watching my stream. Tomorrow, same time, 7 o'clock Pacific, we're going to pick this up and start the second half of this episode with the trial section. So the trial section is 4 parts, just like how the investigation in this episode was 4 parts as well. So I'm going to estimate it's about the same amount of time as this episode was. And then we'll have finished the Great Ace Attorney Adventures, and we can move on to the Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve. Thanks so much again. Have a good night, guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.